Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the Flight Sim world. This is Viperstrike 95 here, and happy Sunday to you guys. I hope you're all doing well here on this Sunday morning back here in Indiana. But today we're back here in Quito for day 39 of our around the world trip. This one is going to be a bit of a longer stream than normal, but I actually want to take care of this. And today we'll be visiting the last South American country of our journey. We're actually going to Colombia today. So we're gonna be touring around all the major areas in Colombia today. We'll be going through the three of the country's biggest cities, as well as visiting the natural landscape and beauty of this area. So yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Thank you guys so much for coming here. I hope you guys have a great weekend. For me, my weekend's pretty good. Just did some more flying and all that. We're getting our virtual airline's getting pretty close to the XP goal. We're not very far off. So I hope every one of you guys is doing great. Before we get started, I want to say hello to Super Typhon, my moderator. Good to see you here as always. And hello to all the lurkers as well. So we're going to go ahead and show us the flight plan for this morning's flight. Here it is, guys. Nice and big. So we're going to start here in Quito. We're going to be climbing up we're going to climb to 15,000 feet, and we'll make our way to our first stop here at the city of Cali. We're going to land here at Alfonso Bonilla Aragon International Airport, right between the two cities of Cali and Palmyra at Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. Then from there, we'll go ahead and the first one's 240 nautical miles. Then the next part is we're going to fly another 150 and make our way over to Colombia's capital and largest city at Bogota. We'll make our way over to Sierra Kilo Bravo Oscar, the country's largest airport and the second busiest airport in all of South America. Then from there, we're going to actually go all the way to the country's second largest city at Medellin. And we're not going to land at Jose Maria Cordova. We're actually going to land at the city's other airports. We're going to be landing at Sierra Kilo Mike Delta, Olea Herrera Airport, right in the heart of downtown Medellin. Then from there, we'll head out of the city, climb back up, and head our way over to Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie, just not far from the border to Panama, not far from Darien National Park. And we'll make our way in there to complete the third and final leg of our journey. The fourth and last leg is Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. It's going to be a bit of a longer stream, but I wanted to cover all of Colombia today since it is a pretty big country. And that when I was making the schedule, I wanted to make the Sunday streams a little longer. So that's what we're going to be doing. So of course we're taking the Twin Otter today. We needed a turboprop to get at these high altitudes. So I thought the Twin Otter would be perfect for it. And since this is going to be a bit of a longer stream, it would make sense to take a little bit somewhat slower plane. That's what we're doing here today. So we got the Twin Otter here today. Ooh, hey, freeware? No, this is not the freeware twatter. This is the Aerosoft twatter, Super Typhoon. This is the original one released by Aerosoft. It's not the freeware. It's not the freeware. Though, that being said, it's going to be freeware when 2024 comes out, I believe. I don't know if it's going to come out a certain version of it, but I know it's not. I know it's going to be back. But no, it's not freeware. So yeah, before we take off, I do want to know some of the things going on in the fighting community. This week for the Two-Toe Murphys community, this week on Monday he'll be doing a mini series, the Tour de France. He will be recreating the Tour de France legs, start from Paris and head his way over to Lyon. Should be nice. And then Tuesday is going to be his cargo haul with the MD-11 app that's just been released. That will be released at this point from Las Vegas to San Francisco. I wonder what's going to be eating gates. So it should be nice. Should be nice. I did think about plans for next week. Oh yeah, Skip. Oh yeah, I think I just heard. Yeah, a Firefighter 777 Alpha. Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Cannot wait to show that off. The 777 Alpha livery. There we go, guys. And we've now just departed from Quito. So we say goodbye to Ecuador. We're going to leave Quito, the beautiful capital city of Ecuador. We're officially making our new way over to beautiful Colombia. And I feel like we got the perfect plan for a trip like this. Altitude, the climb performance at this point is amazing. Perfect for So the total flight distance is 660 miles, nautical miles. So if I did 660 minus, it'd be about 3. If we go full speed, it'll be about 3.5 hours. So this shouldn't be too bad at all for time. So I actually decided this as well. So I figured out what next week's schedule is going to be for next week. I think on Wednesday we will be back with our Firefighter stream, and I think I've decided that Wednesday's stream is going to be in after much decisions. I think Wednesday is going to be in Australia, since we haven't done anything in Australia in a while, and I think I've decided it's going to be Sydney and Brisbane, which is going to be pretty cool little shuttle route stuff. That's going to be really nice. It was a difficult decision between Sydney and the Auckland and Queenstown, but I decided to actually instead do that on Wednesday. And then of course, we're actually gonna return back to the Around the World trips on Fridays, because turns out this calorie and stuff wasn't actually as difficult as I thought for my volunteer work. So I decided, you know what, why not just keep it on Fridays? So that being said, I'm gonna keep the streams a little bit longer on the Fridays. It turns out to compensate, because we got some pretty easy countries to visit through the next couple of weeks, because we're going to be visiting some very small countries in Central America. Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Belize are pretty small countries, so they can be visited all within a day. So next Friday is going to be Panama. We're going to travel through all of Panama, and we're going to be going through from Sierra Kima Lima Charlie. We'll make our way over to Panama City, Tucumán. We'll go through the Panama Canal, of course, talk about the Panama Canal, and make our way down over to David on Friday. Then on Sunday, we'll go and visit Costa Rica. We'll take a bit slower plane, and we're gonna fly around the Costa Rica scenery, check it out, Limon, San Jose, Costa Rica, and end up in Liberia, or Libera, to wrap up Sunday's stream. But yeah, we're going to be visiting 2 different countries next week. And then the next one afterwards is going to be Nicaragua and Honduras. Then it's going to be El Salvador, Guatemala, and then Belize. Before having we're going to have more than a few days of going into Mexico. But first have a flight from Cancun over to Mexico City. Then fly around Mexico City and check out Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Then fly over to Monterrey, and then get back to the United States with the flight from Monterrey over to Grand Junction. Because I got a long stream planned for that one, going through Arches National Park, Canyonlands National Park, then go through Capitol Reef, then go through Glen Canyon, wrap around along Mid Valley, go into Page, then going through Grand Canyon National Park, go through Zion National Park, Bryce Canyon, and then the Grand Canyon into Lake Mead, into Las Vegas. That one is going to be a long one, but that's going to be a very enjoyable flight. So I think that is going to be an awesome. Yeah, I think I think doing the longer ones, making them longer would actually be a lot better. Plus, I get to cover more ground and territory quicker, which is actually going to work out a lot better. It's going to be a little longer, but that's why they're going to be on Fridays and Saturdays, Sundays for that reason. Okay, we officially climbed up to 15,000 feet. Like I said, this twin otter has great climb performance. This thing is very good at it. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about Colombia today. Very important stuff going on for Colombia. Oh, it's actually one of South America's largest countries. It's primarily in South America, though it does have some insular regions in North America as well. The country of Bogota is the country's largest city, while being the cultural hub. Colombia is also one of the 17 megadiverse countries and has the highest level of biodiversity per square mile in the world, and second highest overall. It's second highest after Brazil, I believe. It encompasses all sorts of environments from Amazon rainforests to highlands, grasslands, and even deserts, and is the only country in South America with coastlines in both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. So the country is also pretty huge in population too. 52 million people in Colombia, which is 27th highest in the world. It's 27th highest in the world, and it's the second highest population in all of any South American nation. Only Brazil has more people than Colombia. So, lots of population, rich culture and heritage, as well as its biodiversity. It's a very interesting nation to learn all about. So, to get a better grasp of the history of Colombia and to get a better grasp of it, we have to talk about its history of the pre-Columbian days, the pre-colonial days. Thanks to its location, the present territory of Colombia was a corridor of early human civilization from Mesoamerica and the Caribbean to the Andes and Amazon basin. The oldest finds were dated back to 18,000 to 8,000 BCE. And at the Porto Humunga site, they've had traces between 8,000 and 2,000 BCE for various indigenous peoples. And they've inhabited the territory since 2500 BCE, including the nomadic hunter-gatherer tribes at Alhambra and other sites from present-day Bogota, hunted around the Magadala River Valley. Then between 5,000 and 1000 BCE, hunter-gatherer tribes transitioned to agrarian societies, fixed settlements were established, pottery appeared, and then beginning in the first millennium BCE, a group of Amerindians like the Muisca, Zenu, Quimbaya, and Tairona developed their own political system called the Caucasagos, with a pyramid structure headed by the Cacique. The Muisca inhabited mainly the area was now Boyacá and Cundinamarca High Plateau, where they formed federation. They farmed maize, potato, quinoa, and cotton, traded gold, emeralds, blankets, handicrafts, coca, oxen. The Tairona inhabited northern Colombia in the isolated mountain range of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Maria, while others, like the Quimbaya, occupied the river valley between the west and central ranges, and each structure was kind of different. So basically, there are a wealth of different indigenous Americans people living all throughout Colombia. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Colombia, like it is a massive corridor, and the reason it became such a corridor was because if you look at the map, let me take a quick look at the map. So if you look at our nav map to the right screen, you see Colombia as a country. Here's Colombia. Now, if you notice, right in this area, well, right in this area is the gap between North and South America. It's through the Darien Gap. Because of this, it became a lot of people had that narrow chokehold. They would go through here, make their way over to South America through what is now Central America, and especially through Panama. So that's how a lot of Amerindian groups ended up down here. Also, Colombia's proximity to the Caribbean means the Caribs people lived around this northern area. That's how they get to the Caribbean islands. Quite interesting to get that recorded. So, in terms of European explorers, Now, Alonso de Ojeda sailed reached the Guajara Peninsula in northern Colombia in 1499. However, it wasn't until 1508 when Vasco Nuñez del Balboa accompanied an expedition in the territory through the Gulf of Uraba, and he found the first town, Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien, in 1510. The first state settlement in South America, followed by the cities of Santa Maria and Cartagena in 1533. Spanish conquistador Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada led an expedition there in 1536, crossing the districts through the new Kingdom of Granada. And of course, the big thing is that the Spanish conquered through much of the part of the country. And one of the cities they found there was Bogota, which was the big capital city of Colombia nowadays. Now, often, if you wonder how the heck did the Spanish manage to conquer all of Colombia with all the mountains and rainforests? Well, that's because the conquistadors made frequent alliances with the enemies of the different indigenous communities, and these indigenous allies were actually crucial for the conquest, as well as creating and maintaining the Spanish Empire in the Americas. Indigenous people also suffered a population decline due to conquest and Eurasian diseases, such most notably smallpox, which they had no immunity to. Regarding the land as deserted, the Spanish crown sold property to all persons interested, creating large farms and possession of mines. And eventually, in 1542, this territory became a part of the Viceroyalty of Peru, though later on it created its own stuff as well. In the 16th century, European slave traders brought enslaved Africans to the Americas, and Spain was the only European power to not establish factories to purchase slaves, but relied on the East India system, which is a monopoly contract. So, however, despite all this, there was actually secret anti-Spanish contentment. It was already ruined during that time, since Spain prohibited direct trade between the Viceroyalty of Peru and the Viceroyalty of New Spain, which also included the Philippines. So instead, illegal trade was done in secret between Peruvians, Filipinos, and Mexicans, as well as smuggled Asian goods. Eventually, though, they settled, and eventually they created the Viceroyalty of New Granada in 1717. Then it was temporarily removed and then reestablished in 1739, with the capital being Santa Fe de Bogota, which is actually where the modern capital is today, Bogota. And Bogota became one of the principal administrative centers of the Spanish New World, along with Lima and Mexico City. Great Britain declared war against Spain in 1739, and Cartagena became a top target for the British. The British made successful inroads, though crippled with disease. They crippled their numbers, and Britain became to withdraw. And it secured Spanish dominance in the Caribbean until the 7 Years' War. However, the siege for independence, since the beginning there was of conquest, there were several rebel movements against Spanish rule, but most were crushed. However, one of the most important ones that helped build modern Colombia was in 1811, when it was initiated by Antonio Nariño, who opposed Spanish centralism and led Cartagena to gain independence in 1811, and then other parts of it became independent as well. While the Spanish tried to retake all of it, eventually more issues started rising in Spain with the Napoleonic Wars and stuff. And with the weakened Spain, it took the Venezuelan board Simon Bolivar to finally declare independence in 1819, and the pro-Spanish resistance was defeated in 1822, which in the present-day territory of Colombia and Venezuela. And after the Independence War, the territory of the Viceroyalty of New Granada became the Republic of Colombia, as well as the current Union territories Colombia, Panama, Ecuador, Venezuela, parts of Guyana, and Brazil north of the Marmon River. And that became known as Gran Colombia, which was actually a pretty huge state. Like it covered much of the northern half of South America. However, that didn't really last too long because, well, it was very unstable, and Gran Colombia ended up being incredibly unstable. So as a result, Gran Colombia officially collapsed, and it became the new Republic of Colombia, which is still here today. It was actually the first constitutional government in South America, and the liberal conservative parties as well. However, Colombia did lose a lot of its land in the Amazon territory, civil wars and stuff, and there have been multiple civil wars throughout the 19th century. A 2-year one in 1863, and a 1,000 Days War in 1889. These two civil wars have led to lots of instability in Colombia, and because of it, the United States actually had intentions in the area, most notably with Panama. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about the Panama Canal, which was a huge part of U.S. influence. Because you know the United States wanted the Panama Canal to ship trades from the Atlantic to the Pacific. So as a result, the Americans paid Colombia money in $25 million as well to help pay for it in the creation for Panama. Then again, Colombia and Peru went to war for territory disputes in Amazon and ended a peace deal in 1934. And then soon after, they found achieved some political stability, which was then interrupted by the period known as La Valencia, caused by tensions within the political parties, especially with the assassination of the liberal candidate Jorge Eliezer Gaitán in 1958. And then riots spread all around the country and claimed the lives of 180,000 Colombians. And then, of course, things got even worse. And then in the 1960s, they also had to deal with lots of guerrilla conflicts between the U.S. government forces, leftist guerrilla groups, and right-wing paramilitaries. It's low intensity, but it is still an armed conflict. It's still going on to this day, even since the 60s. That conflict has still happened for over 60 years. That's still been going on. And that's not the only problem that Colombia had to deal with. Colombia also had to deal with drug cartels as they became major producers, processors, and exporters of illegal drugs, primarily marijuana and cocaine. And there were a lot of drug cartels all over Colombia, but most notoriously though, and you guys probably know who I'm talking about here, but of course there were a lot of drug cartels there, but the most infamous drug cartel was none other than the Medellin cartel, founded by none other than Pablo Escobar himself, and he became the king of cocaine and one of the wealthiest criminals in history, amassing a total net worth of, get this, $30 billion US by the time of his death. And his cartel absolutely was brutal. Led to all sorts of assassination, attempts, and more. So that's something very important. In the 1990s, they formed a new constitution and positively, and then of course there's increased counterterrorism during the president of Uribe. Then of course, and most recently there is a protest as well. In April 2021, they increased the taxes. That's that though there's still very much conflicts and issues with Colombia. So yeah, guys, this is Colombia's history. That tells us about the history of Colombia. So yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed that bit of a history lesson. So basically, Colombia's got quite a bit of a turbulent 20th century with all the different cartels, violence, and all that. But speaking about the cartels, here's an interesting thing about one of the most infamous men in Colombia's history, Pablo Escobar. For one, at the height of his power, he actually, surprisingly, despite him actually being a crime lord, he did actually was also part of a philanthropist, funnily enough. He actually developed some of the poorest neighborhoods in Medellin. He built housing complexes, parks, football stadiums, hospitals, schools, and churches. And despite all that, he did actually have some philanthropy stuff. But that being said, he still did some things too. Apparently, he had a lot of stuff in his public life. He had lots of. There was also a housing property he has called Hacienda Napoles. Which his estate included a Spanish colonial house, sculpture park, a complete zoo. Yes, they built a complete zoo, which included antelope, elephants, giraffes, hippos, and ponies. A large collection of old luxury cars, a private airport, and even a Formula One racing track. However, his hippos actually have escaped. So, pretty interesting stuff about Escobar as well. So, pretty interesting stuff about one of his most interesting figures. Guys, thank you all so much for coming here today. I know this Sunday stream, we're back with our All Country Sport, day 39. We're touring around all of Colombia today. We're about to head to our first destination here today, the city of Cali. Should be an absolutely beautiful destination. We're almost nearly about halfway there to our first stop. So yeah. Yeah, in terms of other news and stuff, and any other stuff, so for MSFS news, well, obviously the MD-11 is going to come out for Tuesday. Well, I'm not going to really buy it because I already got the 777. No need to get the MD-11 since I got the 777. Maybe later on, if there's a good deal, I could get it, but I'm just not interested in it right now. Though that being said, there are new previews for the new iFlight 7378 MAX that's coming to the sim, apparently for either this sim or 2024. It should be interesting considering that Asobo will have their own MAX. But it should be interesting, and it looks actually quite good. It looks like a normal 737 MAX should look like. It looks really, really nice. Maybe I should look at it and see the difference between the 737 MAX and NG 737 NG. So. Stuff. But yeah, Colombia's landscape is definitely gorgeous. If you guys haven't got a chance to fly in Colombia, it is absolutely gorgeous. So it should be pretty interesting to see that as well. Yeah, it looks really good though. The iFly, the textures and stuff look really, really good on it. Like I said, it's nice to have the 737 MAX. I know that the plane in real life has had a lot of issues, but I really am interested to see how the 737 MAX is in the sim. Yeah, the landscape here is just crazy. Yes, I know the satellite data here isn't exactly the greatest here in Colombia, but it's still gorgeous. The scenery here is incredible. You got a wide mix of things geographically. You got the mountains, rainforests, the deserts. Up in the north is desert, coastal beaches, savannas. It's got all sorts of scenery and stuff. And that's just what makes Colombia such a very unique area to fly in the sim. And Quito already had interesting scenery, but this is even more diverse than what Ecuador had. Just pretty crazy. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, I hope you guys have had a good weekend so far. I hope you guys had some really nice flying. For some of you, you're probably trying to get more time, get used to flying the 777. And I wouldn't blame you guys. The 777 is amazing. I absolutely love it. It's really awesome to fly. So, it's just been long overdue to finally get a big body airliner that can finally do these longer flights. So, in terms of our aircraft, our waypoint, we are around 150 nautical miles from our first stop here, Holly. We have about, almost an hour to get there. But like I said this was going to be a longer stream than the previous ones we've been doing. So, just incredible stuff in the sim. Like we're getting so many really good airliners too. I mean, if you guys don't remember, like before 2023, the only airliner, the really high quality airliner we have in the sim was the PNG DC-6. Unbelievably, even though it's more of a vintage plane, that was like the peak airliner quality back in Viperstrike. And nowadays, I mean, we have so many. In the fly-by-wire A320 were like the only two. Nowadays, we had the Phoenix A320, the PNG 73, and 777. The MD-11, the Mad Dog from Leonardo. Of course, working titles 74 and 78 are actually quite good now. So we got some really good stuff. So definitely got a bit lucky when it gets into those short terms, of course. Though the thing I'm curious is now that we're just under 300,000, I want to know where we're going to be going next for the airline. Because we're almost about to reach our XP goal, so I'm really curious to see where this airline's going to go next. I did list down in the Firefighter chat in Mer's Discord a while back. I think probably just let it go. Because we only still have a few regions left to go. Like the only regions we don't have left is Southeast Asia. That would be the most obvious pick, would be Southeast Asia, considering that's a very popular region in Asia. That's where you go. There's a lot of airports to pick from in Southeast Asia. I mean, all those options include Bangkok, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Phuket, Ho Chi Minh City. Those are all pretty big obvious choices for. I mean, those are obvious choices. Southeast Asia would have to probably be the next spot. I mean, that would be the most obvious place where we're going to go next. South and Southeast Asia. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of good options for that region. Like Bangkok, for example, it would be a solid option. You have Ho Chi Minh City, Tianjin. You also have Jakarta too. There's also Jakarta at Whiskey Alpha India. Of course, you got Chiangi, which is Singapore's hub. And then my favorite is probably Kuala Lumpur, the most underused of all the airports. Kuala Lumpur. Is Kuala Lumpur. But yeah, there are a lot of, and there's also Phuket too, which is a major tourist destination and a place for a lot of people to visit. Is Phuket. But yeah, there's some really good options in Southeast Asia. I think that would be where I think we're going to end up next. Outside of that though, the other likely options, maybe South Asia. I don't know if that's going to be as big of a deal as Southeast Asia, obviously. Because there's New Delhi, that's an option. Mumbai is an option. Calcutta could be an option. And of course, my personal favorite is Kathmandu. I mean, try getting the 777 through the Pulse Mountains. That would be quite the experience. But I think it would also be the best for general aviation, just because, of course, you got Everest, so that's going to be pretty much be included as well. And then, of course, outside of that, we also Central United States. Though I would like to see Kern get moved, but I think for the South. For the Central United States, it's Oklahoma and Texas would be the most likely. That being said, the reason I put that down is because I really like to see Kern get relocated somewhere around Oklahoma and Texas. I would like to still keep a third U.S. hub option in between Pittsburgh and Lake Tahoe. It's nice to have a third option that's more in the center and it can reach those places. I think those options mainly be Oklahoma City, Dallas Love, Austin, San Antonio, and I'm also going to add Fort Worth Alliance Airport because that's what old veteran would like, and it'd be really interesting to have a cargo hub. That would be interesting around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. DFW is not included because it's obviously too big and too busy. So there's that too. Then outside of that, there's also Northern Europe. Probably the only part of Europe that doesn't really have very many routes to is the northern part of Europe, which is Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are also, I know they're technically in the eastern part of it, but they could also be around the Baltic area. So that could be a spot for us between Gothenburg, Riga, Tallinn, Helsinki, and Trondheim. Would all be pretty cool places to put stuff for the virtual airline. Would be Northern Europe. I don't think that's very likely because we already have 3 hubs in the continent. We have one in Ireland, and of course we have our hub in Bristol. And then, of course, yeah, North Africa. You got Africa. We could have room for a second hub in the African continent. I mean, Africa's a huge continent, so I think that could very easily happen. Mapping between Tunis, Casablanca, Algiers, and Cairo. I know Cairo technically is also near the Middle East, but it would be interesting to see Cairo get a hub spot. West Africa, Lagos, Accra, Abidjan. South Africa got Cape Town, Maseru, and Livingston. Then the Caribbean would probably have Montego Bay, Puerto Plata, or Santo Domingo, depending on if that sounds more interesting. San Juan, Havana, and finally Central America with Guadalajara. Yes, Guadalajara and not Mexico City because I think Guadalajara, despite being Mexico's third busiest airport, doesn't really have anything in the network. Plus, it is right around Tequila, which I think Murph would be interested in. Guatemala City, San Salvador, airport. San Salvador would work. In San Jose, Costa Rica, all those could work. All those can work for our virtual airline as well. And then finally, but basically what I'm trying to say is that we have plenty of options still left. I might have to ask Murph if we're gonna, where else we're gonna be going. So yeah, I'm just curious because we're getting very close to our XP goal. So that's just really important to take a look at for our virtual. But yeah, I'm just saying that it's because we're getting very, very close to it. We are not very far off. Let's go continue on our slideshow for a bit. We'll be talking about the geography of Colombia. Now, geographically wise, Colombia has 6 natural regions. It includes the Andes Mountain Range, Pacific Coastal Region, which is the coast of the Pacific, the Caribbean Coastal Region, Llanos, the Plains, the Amazon Rainforest Region, and then finally the Insular Region, which contains islands in both the Gulf and the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. And it shares maritime limits with Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. It's currently bordered by northwest by Panama, Venezuela to the east, and Brazil, South by Ecuador and Peru are the 5 countries that border around Colombia. Yeah, this country is actually pretty big too. It's the 25th largest country in the world. It's the 4th largest country in South America after Brazil, Argentina, and Peru, with a land size of 1.14 million square kilometers, or 440,000 square miles for those who aren't in the metric system. So, one of the big things, so each of these different regions. So the Andean region, which is near the Ecuadorian frontier, splits the country into 3 parallel chains known as the Cordilleras. And altitudes are often commonly reached over more than 8,000 feet in altitude. And the mountain peaks are permanently covered with snow. These elevated plateaus and basins have a moderate climate and provide pleasant living conditions in many places. And it's split between the Cordillera Occidental west, Cordillera Central in the center, and Cordillera Oriental in the east. The western part is the lowest and least populated. The summits are only around 9,800 feet, and few passes even exist. The center part of it, which is the central part of it, it becomes a very deep gorge, and then the central is often the loftiest, with towering volcanoes that, around this area. And then finally Cordillera Oriental, which is the eastern part of it, featuring large fertile basins, provide suitable areas for settlement, including Bogota. As well. Then you have the Caribbean region, which is lowlands, featuring the city of Cartagena and Barranquilla. Then, of course, you have the Pacific region, the western third of the country. So basically, Colombia has a very diverse biology and very diverse geography and stuff, making Colombia very unique in that part. The highest point of Colombia is Pico Cristobal Colon, which is 18,800 feet. The lowest point is the Pacific Ocean. So, in terms of climate, it's also quite diverse too. It's mostly been tropical, though there is climate variation within it. For example, in the mountainous parts, you often see more temperate subtropical highland, more temperate temperatures around the highlands part of the country, though most of it is in rainfall. And they have a very diverse mix between temperature, altitude, humidity, winds, and rainfall, and has diverse climate zones, tropical rainforests, savannas, steppes, deserts, and mountain climates. Very north of the country is very deserty. Makes sense. That part of the area is very arid. Very, very arid. But of course, but basically Colombia has a very diverse things. You got monsoon, savanna, monsoon conditions, subtropical highlands, polar. It's got a lot of climate variety. And one of the unique features of the Andes is the mountain climate. By elevation, makes it much more temperate. But that's not the big reason why Colombia's geography is so important, and that is because of its biodiversity. Colombia is one of the mega diverse countries, and it's among the highest in biodiversity overall, especially being number one in various bird species. Colombia has got the highest biodiversity and the highest rate of species that are endemic. Around 10% of all Earth species live in Colombia, including over 1,900 species of birds. In fact, there's more bird species you can find in Colombia than all of Europe and North America put together, as well as 10% of the world's mammal species, 14% of the amphibian, and 18% of the bird species. There's also over between 40,000 to 45,000 plant species, which tend or equivalent to 10 or 20% of the global plant species, which is pretty crazy due to its so much size. There's also a lot of fish and stuff too. And it's got, and compared to many other South American countries, there's not a lot of deforestation in Colombia. And as a result, it's among, it meant that it keeps a lot of the rainforest in. Very, very important to keep an eye on when we get to biodiversity. Now, of course, there are lots of animals that live in Colombia. There's tons of animal, birds, more. So in terms of bird species, there's all sorts of bird species live here. There's over 1,800 of them. You can find different toucan species. Of course, you can find the oilbird. You can even find the world's largest hummingbird species, the giant hummingbird, which is the largest of the hummingbird family of planes. But of course, Colombia's national bird is the Andean condor, the national bird of Colombia. Also the national bird of quite a few other animals too, but they mainly inhabited the Andes mountain range. And it's a scavenger that feeds on carrion, and they're one of the largest birds on Earth. They have a wingspan around 108 to 122 inches, or 274 to 310 centimeters. Which basically, if you convert to feet, it's 12 inches a foot. So, at minimum, 108 divided by 12 give you about a 7-foot wingspan. Pretty insane to think about. Yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, I took that wrong. It's actually bigger than that. It's a 9-foot wingspan. 9 to 10-foot wingspan. Weighs up to 24 to 33 pounds for males. I mean, they're really cool birds, but they got tons of bird species. There's also lots of mammal species. Basco bear is one of the more unique species. There's of course the two-toed sloth, West Indian manatee. Different bat species live here. The mighty jaguar. How about the giant anteater? And the giant armadillo, the largest armadillo species. Of course, they got the poison dart frogs. More specifically, the golden poison dart frog, the single most poisonous vertebrate in the world. This thing's poison is it's toxic, so poisonous. They can hit. In fact, its poison. In fact, this golden poison dart frog its poison potent enough to kill 10 to 20 humans or 2 bull elephants, which is pretty insane. And the indigenous people actually use the poison dart to actually hunt for their food. And they do it by exposing the frog to the heat of the fire. The frog exudes poisonous fluid. So it is extremely poisonous, so do not mess with the poison dart frog. They got all sorts of reptile species like the boa constrictor, and of course one of the world's largest snake species, the green anaconda, as well as different caiman species and snapping turtles. Yeah, lots of different animals stuff, and in terms of flora, You got Victoria Amazonica, which is the largest family of the water lily, and of course the national flower is actually the orchid, Catala Trenene, or the Flor de Mayo, the Christmas orchid, the national flower of Colombia. So tons of unique animals and plant species. So pretty important stuff. So, hey, Nana Vibes, good to see you. Hello, hello, my dude. Good to see you. We're about to head over to Cali in Colombia. We were just talking about the geography and biodiversity of Colombia. Colombia itself has a lot of biodiversity. So I felt this was pretty nice to talk about when we get there. We're just about 60 or 70 nautical miles away from Cali. We're getting close. So that's what we're doing today. We're touring our all countries around the world trip. We started back in Indiana, my home state, and we went down through the Caribbean, and then we turned around South America, and we're now about to wrap up the last South American country of Colombia. We still got 3 more legs left to go, so let's hear why along with us. See if anyone's flying along with us. Oh, Bongo's with us. Hey, Bongo. See ya. Well, hello. So we're gonna get our way down. Yeah, this area is just really, really cool. I know the Saturday here in Colombia isn't the greatest, but the scenery around this area is still crazy. But Colombia is way better looking in real life than it is in this film. Guys, if you guys want to join in, we'll be stopping at SEQM Charlie for our first stop here in Cali. We should be here soon. Thankfully, though, this is the longest of the 2 legs. The rest of the legs, thankfully, are going to be much, much shorter. But I felt this would be good to get the longer leg out of the way first. So let's talk about the first destination we'll be visiting on today's stream, and this is the city of Cali, or known as Santiago de Cali. It's the capital of the Valle de Cauca department, and the most populous city in Southwest Colombia with 2.28 million residents in 2023. And it is actually the 3rd most populous city in the country after Bogota and Medellin. It is the only Colombian city with access to the Pacific coast. As a result, it's a main urban economic center in the south of the country and one of the fast-growing economies in the country. It was founded on July 25th, 1536 by Spanish explorer Sebastian de Belalcazar. It's also a sporting center in Colombia, hosting the 1971 Pan American Games, as well as the 1992 World Wrestling Championships and the 2013 edition of the World Games. The city has a variety of historical areas and attractions with historical churches, and of course the city of the city La Plaza de Quezada, or some of the big stuff in this area. But this city has a really cool bit of history. It's also a focus area for the protests in 2021, protest taxes. So, big part about that. So, pretty cool stuff about the city. It's also the third largest national and international economic exchange in the country. It's got quite a bit of interesting history. Mainly, the Industrial Revolution did part of it, mainly with textile clothing, chemicals, and building materials. And then it also attracted a lot of immigration during the 50s and 60s. But currently, it is the third most important economy in the country behind, of course, Bogota and Medellin. So what are some landmarks in the city to check out? Well, there are a couple of them, mainly the Iglesia La Emerita, with its neo-Gothic architecture. Pale white and blue church has fine paintings and artwork. The Barrio San Antonio is the old street, featuring historic buildings and colorful murals, but also hip coffee shops, artist studios, salsa schools, and of course, they even have a cinema museum there. The Hollywood Museo de la Cinematografia, or the College Museum of Cinematography, featuring well-done exhibits that talk about the country's film industry, as well as old cameras, projectors, and moving posters to learn about the movie history of Colombia. Very, very interesting. Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying this stream. I really am enjoying this. It's gonna be nice to complete an entire country in one stream, so. should be a nice thing to go at as well. And then, of course, for our first stop of the day, we'll be landing at Calais main airport. That is going to be Alfonso Bonilla Aragon International. This is Calais main airport, served here in the city. Sierra Kilo Charlie Lima. It's Colombia's third busiest airport in terms of passengers. It carried around 3.4 million passengers in 2010. Again, it's only third between Bogota and Medellin Airport. However, it's often served as a alternative airport for El Dorado Airport in Bogota. It is one of the very few secondary airports in Latin America that operate 24 hours a day. That's because of the stable meteorological conditions in Bogota, as well as its distance to both Cali and Palmyra, meaning it's not subject to noise restrictions. They can take off any time of the day. It features non-stop flights to the US, Spain, Ecuador, Panama, and Peru. So, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, that is pretty cool stuff about Calais Airport. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and descend down to 8,000 feet. So we're gonna make our way down to our first stop, guys. Guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like, if you guys are liking the stream, smash that follow button, support the channel. We're gonna be streaming here 3 days a week. Congo in the back. Here's my Discord. If you guys are interested, I got my Discord set up. want to check my fuel situation, so let's see. 76%, that's not bad. We got our tip tanks, but doing pretty good. So. Let's go ahead. The Collie's going to be right ahead. Once we clear the mountain, we'll be flying over the city of Collie. Here is, guys, the city of Calais is right ahead of us. So this would be our first stop of the day. here it is, Cali. First destination of the day. Beautiful sight here. You can see Cali right between the mountain ranges. Bigger city here is actually the city of Palmyra. Alright, let's see our first lane of the day. Here. So I did exclamation point -95 for our first lane of the day. Go ahead and head to our first stop. Go ahead and put the brakes. Autopilot off. And let's go for our first stop of the day, guys. Where? Guys, this is our first stop of the day here at Collie. So this would be our first stop. We'll be resting here for a little bit until we get ready for leg number 2. We'll just stop here for a bit. We'll stop here for just a second. Get ready for the next stream. let's go ahead and get ready for the next leg. We're going to be again flying up. The next leg we're going to be flying at 14,500 feet. Next leg. Yeah, I'll be doing the Bogota shuttle next week though. Not this upcoming week, but the next week after. The Bogota and Quito, don't worry. We'll be doing this area because it's got a fun, interesting approach. So we're gonna go to our next leg. We're heading to Bogota, the capital and largest city in Colombia. We're going to climb up to 14,000 feet. So the next part of our slideshow is going to be about the government and economy of Colombia. So let's go talk about is going to be the government and economy of Colombia. Now, Colombia's government is based on a presidential participatory democratic republic as established in the 1999 Constitution. In accordance with the principle of separation of powers, the government is divided into three branches: executive, legislative, and judicial branch. The head of the executive branch, which is the President of Colombia, is both head of state and head of government, followed by the vice president and the council of ministers. It is elected by popular vote to serve a single 4-year term. At the provincial level, executive powers vested in department governors, municipal mayors, and local ministers. And all regional elections are held 1 year and 5 months after the presidential election. The legislative branch is controlled by the national, is represented nationally by the Congress, a bicameral institution comprised of 166 chamber representatives and 102-seat senates, and is elected nationally. The Senate is elected nationally, and the Chamber of Representatives is by electoral districts. Members of both houses are elected to serve 4-year terms 2 months before the president by popular votes. And finally, the judicial court is headed by 4 high courts, consists of a Supreme Court, which deals with penal and criminal matters, Council of State, which is special responsibility for administrative law, Constitutional Court to assess the integrity of the Colombian Constitution, and the Superior Council of Judiciary. By a number of controversies, the democratic security policy has ensured that former President Alvaro Uribe remained popular among the Colombian people. As a result, so Colombia's government is a democratic republic. So let's talk about Colombia's economy. So in terms of economy-wise, Colombia has urbanized really rapidly during the 20th century. Historically, it used to be agrarian, though it ended with a lot of stuff, mainly for industry and services, were the big one. It has grown a lot over the 20th century. It's probably the 4th largest economy in all of Latin America, and the 3rd largest economic power in South America after Brazil and Argentina. You'd be surprised, but things have grown a lot more ever since the 20th century. And one of the big ones is that Colombia is very rich in natural resources, thanks to mineral fuels, oils, fruit and other products, as well as mining and more. The financial sector has grown a lot in the economy thanks to the growth of credit and positive performance in the economy. And in fact, Colombia actually has strong legal rights. Only one of 3 economies with a perfect score on legal rights index by the World Bank. So it's been taking good care of its economy and stuff. And it's currently now the 32nd largest economy in the world by GDP. Which is pretty nice, and third in South America, so it's doing quite well economically. It's been on the uprise in Colombia. So it's still poor. The wealth is still poorly distributed, and still one of the most unequal societies in the world. In terms of Colombia, let's look at the agriculture part of Colombia, because agriculture does play a big role in Colombia's economy. They're a big producer in coffee, avocado, and palm oil, as well as among the largest producers of sugarcane, banana, pineapple, and cocoa. In 2018, Colombia produced nearly 36 million tons of sugarcane, 5.8 million tons of palm oil. Basically, palm oil comes from the mesocarp of oil palms. 3.7 million tons of bananas, and 720,000 tons of coffee, which is the fourth most in the world. As well as other crops like rice, potato, cassava, maize, pineapple, onion, tomato, and ham. Used to be a big day, but however, agriculture isn't as big of a deal nowadays as interest-sharing services have increased, though agriculture still is very, very important here as well. And coffee is a big deal for the Colombian economy, and one of the reasons why coffee has been so successful here is actually because, well, it's due to Colombia's climate. For one, it is climate. Climate in Colombia plays into, and that's right in the center of the country. It's got great climate for coffee. Outside of that, though, they also grow a lot more quite important as well. But like I said, coffee especially is a big deal in Colombia's economy. Outside of that, though, in addition to natural resources with agriculture, there's also mining. Because you'd be surprised, but there's lots of natural resources and minerals in Colombia, including the largest coal reserves in Latin America and second in hydroelectric potential after Brazil. And apparently they found some oil down there too. 3.1 billion barrels of oil were found in Colombia according to estimates in 1995, as well as significant amounts of nickel, gold, platinum, silver, copper, salt, limestone. But of course, the most important minerals is the emerald. They produce most of the world's emeralds are produced here in Colombia, which are very precious gemstones. They're very valuable. Yeah. And mining has been a big role in the economy over the past 20 or so years. Mining has been a big deal in their economy. So mining is quite a big deal here in Colombia, of course. Something a lot of people should want to know. That covers and that just covers Colombia's economies. So, now we're doing pretty well. We're just 366 nautical miles from our final stop at Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. Yeah, guys, beautiful area here today. So let's go over our scenery. We have an A320 with us, of course. Oh yeah, and speaking of Fireflyer, we also got 2 new achievements. First is a duty schedule. Left to go. First is the Real World Long Haul Ops out of Dublin. So we have real life routes over to places such as Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Dallas Fort Worth, and Charlotte. So that would be a good test for the long haul routes. And finally, a new monthly schedule for New Zealand. So let's go over a bit about transportation in Colombia. So in terms of transportation, at least, in terms of transport, road travel is the main means of transportation here in Colombia. So they're the main modes of transport, followed by small percent of railroad and tiny bit by air. Colombia has over 3,000 kilometers or 1,800 miles of rail lines. However, only 2,600 are still in use, and it remains undeveloped for railways. As railroads, once the main road transportation for freight has been neglected for road development. So there isn't, railroads used to be more of a deal, but not nearly as much as it used to. But roads are the big part of Colombia's road network, as according to estimates, range between 115,000 to 145,000 kilometers of road, fewer than 15% were paved. And despite terrain obstacles, almost 3/4 of all the cross-border dry cargo is transported by road, despite all the terrain stuff in the Andes. And they're mainly managed by the Colombian Ministry of Transport to the National Roads Institute. Seaports handle around 80% of all international cargo in Colombia, with the most important terminals being at Barranquilla, Cartagena, and Santa Maria on the Caribbean coast, and Buenaventura and Tumaco in the Pacific coast. Exports mainly pass through the Caribbean ports of Cartagena and Santa Maria, while 65% of imports arrive through Buenaventura. Since privatization, the efficiency of port handling has increased greatly, however, has had negative impacts, which include unemployment and social issues. There's also inland waterways that are navigable by boats, and important for both passenger and cargo transports, including around 3.8 million tons of freight go through the inland water systems of Colombia. And of course, for civil aviation, Colombia's had well-developed air routes, and there's over 900 airports, 100 of which have paved runways, and there are around 40 regional airports in the cities, including Bogota, Medellin, Cali, Barranquilla, Cartagena, Cúcuta, have international airports, and the busiest is Bogota's El Dorado. There's also urban transport systems in major cities, and as a result, traffic congestion is an issue, but they have one of the most highest capacity and expansive cross-rapid transit systems in the world. So transportation is kind of a big deal. Now, the reason I didn't talk about the airline is because we're going to talk about it in the next leg, and that is Colombia's flag carrier and one of the oldest airlines in the world, Avianca, one of the oldest flag airlines in the world. And we'll cover about them next leg. And that one's going to be a pretty short leg as well. Fly Daily, good to see you, my dude. Welcome on in, my dude. Check out his channel, by the way. If you guys don't know We Fly Daily, a good friend of ours in the community. He does a lot of fights and stuff. We're in Colombia today. We're taking Twin Otter over Colombia today, which is South America's third most populous, second most populous country after Brazil, and one of the largest countries in the continent after Brazil, Argentina, and Peru. We started in Quito. We first made our stop in Santiago de Cali. And of course, we're heading to the capital, the largest city in all of Colombia, Bogota. Yes, this is going to be a bit of a longer stream today, but I want to cover all of Colombia in one go today. So, welcome in, my dude. Here you go, my dude. Shout out. Welcome in. So, no worries, my dude. We're in Colombia right now. Very huge country, very geographically very diverse country, and rivaling its geographic diversity is its biodiversity. Tons of wild animals live here. Beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, but like I said earlier in the stream, next week we're going to be in Australia, in Sydney to Brisbane, with the 737. Yes, I'm taking a break from a little bit of the 777s. Everyone's been shooting that one to death, so we're going to take the 737 that one. Then on Friday, we'll be exploring all of Panama on Friday. We'll be taking a look at Panama on Friday. And then on next Sunday, we'll be exploring Costa Rica. So this should be a very exciting two stream. So I'm very excited to cover overall of the next couple streams. Should be very, very exciting. Our next stop is going to be Bogota, which is, we all know, is the capital in Colombia. It's going to be our second stop. So what's so special about the city of Bogota? Well, it is actually the capital, largest city of Colombia, and one of the largest cities in the world, believe it or not. Population is 8.034 million. which is the most populous in Colombia and third largest city in South America. Only two cities larger than Bogota are Sao Paulo and Lima, and Sao Paulo at 12 million and Lima at 9.5 million people. Its metro population goes up to 11.65 million people. People have been around this age since even before European times. It was founded in August 6, 1530 by Spanish conquistador Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada after a harsh expedition to the Andes. Conquered the Mexica. It became the seat of the Spanish Royal Audiencia in the Kingdom of New Granada, and then it became the capital of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, and it became the capital of Colombia in 1819. Still there to this day. The city is home to all the major government offices of the executive, legislative, and judicial branch. It stands out among other cities for economic strength, financial maturity, attraction to global companies, and quality of human capital, and it's the financial commercial heart of Colombia. It's an absolutely really cool city to visit, and it's a global level city. Well, so very cool stuff, and there is plenty of places for visiting in. This area definitely has a very rich culture and heritage as well. Tons of museums, parks for visiting. Of course, is this the BAE? No, this is not the BAE. It's not the BAE 146. This is actually an older plane. This is the Havilland's Twin Otter. They're used by daily. It's the Havilland's Twin Otter. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get this plot back. Yeah, it's a Twin Otter. Now, here's the funny thing about this Twin Otter. This Twin Otter, by the way, is actually going to be in. This plane's actually going to be in FS24. It's going to be one of the new planes that are going to be introduced in the base sim for FS 2024. So. This is a big deal because they're bringing this one back from abandonware, so it's now a default plane in the sim is the Twin Otter. From payload to being part of the base sim. Definitely a very interesting thing to learn about for sure. So, very interesting stuff. Now, in terms of landmarks, Bogota, the massive capital city, has quite a few major landmarks. Being such a big city, there's tons of them, but here's three of the most important. One of the ones I researched. You have La Candelaria. This historic district from the 1800s has riddled with narrow streets and walkways, spills down from the mountains. Then you have the Plaza Boulevard, which has got some of the most important buildings in the city, and it's always filled with people and pigeons that make their home here in the main plaza. And finally, the last place is the most unique attraction here. This is the Stalker de Zipaquira. It is one of the most unique tourist attractions In fact, it's made out of an old salt mine, featuring it's a complete cathedral with pews, cross, spectacular marble carvings, right in the middle of a salt mine, literally. So, a very unique landmark here in the city. So, very important stuff. And then the final and last place to visit here for Bogota is, of course, its international airport, El Dorado International. This is the main international gateway into Bolivia, and not to Bolivia, it's to Colombia. Sorry, my fault. I sometimes read a little bit too quickly. But this airport, it is the largest and busiest airport in Colombia. Opened back in December 10th, 1959. It served over 39 million passengers in 2023, making it South America's second busiest airport after Guarulhos Airport in Sao Paulo, and the third overall in Latin America behind that in Mexico City. And the 32nd busiest airport in the world. It's also the most important cargo hub in Iberoamerica, and it is a very big airport. It features non-stop international flights to North America, South America, Central America, Caribbean, Europe, and the Middle East. Yeah, you'd be surprised an airport has all those non-stops. And thanks to a strategic location in the Americas, it helps facilitate connections between both North and South America, as well as being the most important hub for its flag carrier, Avianica. Also available in Latin Colombia, Satena, and a number of other airlines. And it's also one of the world's best airports by both World Airport Awards and Skytrax to be among the very best, including the best in both South America and Latin America. So it is a very nice airport to visit in Bogota. There's tons of destinations. I mean, you have domestic destinations like Medellin, Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Cali. Other South American destinations like Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Santiago, Buenos Aires, Lima. North American destinations like Mexico City, Dallas, Miami, New York. European destinations like Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Madrid, Lisbon, even Zurich. And Middle East destinations, most notably in Emirates to Dubai. Dubai, Istanbul are the two big ones. So yeah, tons of stuff about El Dorado Airport. The main busiest route, the busiest international route is actually to Madrid, followed by Panama City, Miami, Lima, and Santiago. And domestically, the busiest is Medellin, with almost 3.9 million people. So very, very nice airport. Definitely worth checking out. And there is a payware scenery done by Double T. He worked on a pay, and Double T is actually got a payware El Dorado Airport. Here we are, guys. Welcome to Bogota. I'm gonna go ahead and descend down to 12,000 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and descend 12,500. Yeah, we're about to reach Bogota. Oh yeah, and one other fact about Bogota I didn't talk about. Believe it or not, Bogota is actually the third highest capital city in South America in the world, behind only Quito and La Paz. Which is pretty crazy to think about that. That Bogota is actually one of the world's highest capitals too. Crazy stuff. Yeah, Bogota, really cool stuff. Yeah, it would be a good alternative hub in case if things didn't work out at Quito. Bogota would be a great one. Here it is, guys. Bogota. Guys, we made it to Bogota, the largest city in Colombia. Here we are, guys, Bogota. Look at this massive city. Bogota's huge. I mean, if Cali was big, this is even bigger. Right here is the main metropolitan park of the city. This is Metropolitan Park, Simon Boulevard Metropolitan Park. Definitely a really cool area. We're gonna go ahead and so here it is, El Dorado International in Bogota. There is our second stop. Let's check our fuel situation. I guess we could refuel after here. 42%, not bad. I guess we can make one more flight over to Medellin. Here we go. This is Bogota Airport. So welcome to our second stop here at Bogota. We're going to stop here for just a little break. If any of you guys want to join on in. Hey, if it'll fireman and Ringbolt, good to see you. Sorry if I didn't look at the chat. I was busy trying to get the routes down. Oh, I'm flying the Twin Otter today. From Aerosoft. The discontinued plane, the Abandonware. But I still enjoy flying it though, so I thought this would be a good plane to take for Colombia. We're in Colombia right now. We're doing our world tour. We still got 2 more legs left to go on this trip. First would be a leg over to Medellin, and then finally to Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. So we're going to complete, this is our last South American country to visit on the world tour. So this would definitely be a very big accomplishment. So we're just going to take a break. If you guys want to join on in, we are in the Southeast Asia server. And we're doing a group flight. So this is technically, you just take something that can keep up with the Twin Otter. So something like a Cessna 208, a Kodiak, maybe even the DA-62 could work. That could definitely keep up. Or even the FSR Reborn. Definitely do it. So we're going to go ahead and check out our next leg over to Medellin, which is Colombia's second largest city. I'll be next on our list. But we're not actually going to go to the one, but we're not going to go to the current major airport in Medellin. We're actually going to be visiting the older airport, Alaya Herrera. That's because, well, there's actually a good reason for it. It's because SKRG, but it's because the one we're visiting is a really fun approach. You fly into downtown Medellin, Colombia. Can always make it interesting approach. 60. And the altitude for this day is actually 11,500 feet. So we're going to go on this lake for another 124 nautical miles until we get to the next waypoint. I don't really have... good to see you guys. As always, it's great seeing you guys here. Some of you guys I haven't seen in a bit, so yeah, we're gonna be visiting Metadine very shortly. Once we climb up to our cruise altitude of 11,500 feet, we'll prepare to go on to next leg. But the important part about Metadine, about Bogota, it is, as I said earlier, this is the third highest capital city in the world after Quito and La Paz, which are both places we visited this journey. They're pretty crazy cities to live for sure. Getting used to that high altitude like that is going to be a challenge for a lot of people. Yeah, good to have you guys here. So, okay. Yeah, I like these longer streams for the Sunday streams. I like the longer ones. I think that's what I probably need to do for the prize. Make them a little longer, but that way I can cover more ground quickly, and I think that would be better. Maybe about 3 or 4 hours would be pretty good. So the next part is we're going to talk about Colombia's flag carrier, and believe it or not, one of the world's oldest airlines. Yeah, this is Avianca, one of the world's oldest airlines, and it's the largest airline in the country since 1919, when it was registered under SEQM. The world's second oldest airline and the first airline in all Latin America. Its main hub is in Bogota at El Dorado International, though its office is actually in Barranquilla. It's part of the flagship group of the Airlines of Americas, and it's one of the largest airlines in Colombia and second largest in South America after LATA in Chile, which we talked about a while back. Through SCADA, this is the world's second oldest extant airline after KLM and celebrated its 100th anniversary December 19th, and it's the oldest airline in the Western Hemisphere and a member of the Star Alliance. So, very cool airline and a very historic one, too. I know a lot of people know major airlines, you think of old airlines. And trust me, there are plenty of old airlines that we know, like KLM, like Qantas, KLM, Aeroflot, and all that. But don't forget, Avianca is the second oldest. So this means this airline has a very long history, dating back to December 5th, 1919, in the city of Barranquilla, Colombia. Colombia's Ernesto Cortez Alvarez Correa, who was the first president of the airline, by the way, along with Rafael Maria Palacio, Cristobal Restrepo, Jacobo Correa, Aristides Noguera, and Germans Werner Hammerer, Stuart Jose, and Albert Gijan, founded the Colombo-German company Sociedad Colombo Alemania de Transportes Aéreos, or SCADTA, and they completed their first flight between Barranquilla and the town of Puerto Colombia using the Junkers F-13, originally transporting mail, if mail was a pretty big thing. And they had to actually modify the planes to operate at the tropical climate of the country. However, due to topographic characteristics and lack of airports, they were actually adapted float versions for their Junkers to make the water lanes near the rivers. However, soon after the airline was founded, Peter von Bauer, a German scientist and became interested and eventually added airmail routes to open a whole new front of aviation in Latin America, including destinations in Venezuela and the United States. However, in 1924, Ernesto Cortez and Helma Bonpland were crashed and killed them. And eventually, though, and about 16 years later, Peter von Bauer sold his airline to Pan Am, and they eventually formed a new airline in 1940. I gotta skip. Here's the second part I was talking about. I kind of forgot. Then in 1940, in the city of Benquera, SCATA merged with the regional Colombian airline SECO to form Aerovías Nacionales de Colombia S.A., or Avianca, with 5 Colombians participating, as well as the German citizens, formed the National Airways of Colombia. And it started beginning flights in 1946 to cities like Quito, Lima, Panama City, New York, Miami, and Europe, using DC-4s and C-54 Skymaster. In 1951, they acquired Lockheed Connies, both the normal and super Constellations. So they've grown quite a bit in the 1960s. They built their building in Bogota, and this is their new offices. Then, of course, in 1961, Avianca leased the 707s to operate international routes, becoming one of the first Latin American airlines to operate 707. And of course, in 1976, they made history by being the first Latin American airline to continuously operate the Boeing 747 plane. As well. So, yeah, they become the first Latin American company to operate the Boeing 747. Very historic accomplishment for the airline. In 1981, they operated a new terminal here at Bogota International to serve flights for some of its most busy destinations. In 1994, Avianca, the regional carrier SAM, and the helicopter operator Helico merged to begin their new system of operations. They had a merger, and this arrangement also allowed for more modern fleet of 7.6s, 7.5s, MD-83s, Fokker 50s, and Bell helicopters. And then they officially opened its new hub in Bogota, allowing more connections per week, taking advantage of Bogota's great geography for flights all across South America, North America, and Europe. Then there was a bit of a merger. Then Avianca did go to bankruptcy protections. They reorganized the airline. And then, of course, they also had a merger in 2009 with Taka Airlines. Became one of the region's largest airlines. And then, of course, it joined Star Alliance in 2010. And still here to present day. And again, had more financial bankruptcies. In 2020, it did have a bankruptcy due to COVID. And then they also had a new merger with Viva Air in 2020. However, they did withdraw its plans to do. That is the history of Avianca, main airline of Colombia. That's a bit about the history of the airline. I want to give you guys an information overload, because I do like to talk about the places we fly, but also talk about the history of all these different stuff. Airlines. Because like I said, we're in a flight simulator. We want to learn more about airlines and how they operate and all that. Pretty important stuff. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of doing a note. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Avianca. So in terms of destinations, Avianca serves quite a lot of different destinations. They currently serve 134 destinations across the globe. Domestically, they serve places such as Cali, Medellin, Cartagena, and Barranquilla. Internationally, they serve cities like Quito, Miami, Madrid, San Jose, Costa Rica, and Rio de Janeiro are some of Avianca's destinations. And they have quite a historically large amount of different fleet they operate. They currently operate 125 planes, including the Airbus A319, which will be retired by 2024, 67 Airbus A320-200s. They currently have 3 A320neos, with 51 more on order, and 14 Boeing 787-8 Dreamliners, plus 2 more on order. Um, and they've got quite a wide range of former planes they used to fly. From, of course, the Yonkers F-13, one of the very originals, Airbus A318, the baby Airbus, ATRs, Boeing 247. They actually were one of the large operators of the 247, 757s, 74s, 737, the first 737 operator in Latin America, Hawker Siddeley 748, and more. So quite a lot of planes operated by Avianca. But very cool airline to learn about, and like I said, they got a rich historical. Hey, Ewald, good to see ya. Hey, Ewald, nice seeing ya. Sorry if I wasn't talking for a bit. I was in a, I was doing a DM. I'm still trying to do something with the DM. I do apologize for not talking to you guys. Just sometimes there was something going on. So, good to see you guys. Yes, it is the Twin Otter. But yes, I might play the Kodiak next week. I'm going to be playing the Kodiak next Friday. So don't worry. So we're going to be flying here. We're heading to Medellin. We just took off from Bogota, which is the largest city in all of Colombia, by the way. And we just talked about Avianca, which is the main airline. Oh, what? Hey, Fireman, what? Hurricane Barrel category 4. Oh gosh. Hey, good to see you, Fireman Pilot. Category 4 Hurricane. That's not good. Hurricane Barrel, category 4. Oh dear. It's head. Oh my gosh. It's gonna head straight to Cozumel. Oh boy, in the Yucatan. Yeah. That's not good at all. So, it's currently right now off the coast of Trinidad. It's off the coast of Guyana and Suriname, so it's going to head. Oh my gosh, it's going to make landfall in Chetneyville and Cozumel. Oh my gosh, that's not good at all. Oh boy, there's going to be a lot of people in those areas between. gosh, you got an aircraft right in Granada. Oh boy. Hmm. 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 So we're gonna head to the city of. The longer we're water, the more likely it's gonna go Category 5. Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, according to its flight path, so it's actually going to be in the water the entire time. It will first make landfall in Grenada. Then it's going to go around more and more. It's going to hit Jamaica next, and then the Cayman Islands, and then part of it's going to make massive amount. The center of the storm is going to be landfall right near Chetumal in the Yucatan. Oh dear. Thank you, El Nino. Yes, thank you, El Nino. Thankfully, I live in Indiana. I don't live near hurricane country. Now, tornadoes, on the other hand, that might be more of a problem in Indiana. Thank you very much. So we're actually going to go ahead and visit Medellin, the second largest city in all of Colombia. This is Colombia's second largest city, and basically Medellin is it's grown a lot more during the late 20th to 21st century. Population around 2.5 million people. It was founded in 16th century by the Spaniard Francisco de Herrera Campuzano, founded Medellin. It regained its industrial dynamism, and the rigid structure of its metro, liberalized development policies, and improved security have made Medellin a lot safer than it was in the past. And it develops nearly 11% of the economy in Colombia, as well as an important region for universities, academics, commerce, industry, science, health service, and festivals. And it's among the most innovative cities in the world. But yeah, it's gone through a lot of changes and stuff. I mean, you guys probably know Medellin for all the drug cartels. There's the famous one by Pablo Escobar. Nowadays, Medellin's grown a lot since its time during the 1980s. So that's pretty important. And then some of the landmarks include El Poblado, which is shady streets lined with hugely tree are home to many of the restaurants, cafes, boutique shops. Walk along these roads make you feel like you're in a park, even though you're right in the middle of the city. You have the Medellin Metro cable that serve out the cities and unrivaled views of the city. for avid photographers, and the Guatupe. The monolithic rock formation soars 200 meters above the surrounding landscape, and you can climb up the concrete steps to the top of the Guatape Reservoir, a man-made lake with numerous tentacles lined with vacation homes and hotels. And then, of course, our airport for today is not at the larger Jose Maria Cordova Airport. It's actually the domestic airport. This is Alea Herrera. The original Medellin Airport serves regional and domestic flights. It's regularly used by general aviation. Handled 831,000 passengers in 2016. It used to be known as Medellin Airport. However, then it became just the normal airport after Jose Maria Cordova International in 1905. But this airport was actually built in 1932. And he saw an opportunity to develop an airport, given the mountainous topography made it difficult for land transport, so they built it here in the 30s. And it was growing pretty rapidly as well. However, in the 70s, the airport was over capacity, unable to meet demand, so they built the newer airports. And today, it's an airport with heavy use and constant growth. In fact, it's actually got the second most operations in Colombia, behind only Bogota's airport. And in fact, it was actually a national monument here too in 1905 for its historical, cultural, and architectural value of the city. So it's mainly used for a lot of domestic flights. The largest plane currently operates here is actually the Embraer E-170, the largest aircraft currently that operates there. But historically, they've actually operated bigger airplanes here too, believe it or not. So that is going to be Alea Herrera. Sorry about that, the music was... Let me go ahead and change. Oh, here we are, Medellin, Colombia. Yeah, here's the Herrera Airport. Yeah, this is what commercial pilots used to go back into the 80s. Is see all this. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at the side of the back. Guys, thank you all so much for coming by. We're set up for the next lane of the train. So we're gonna stop here for just a bit. We'll go ahead and get prepared for the next leg of flight. So we're gonna stop here for just a bit. We're gonna get ready for this the fourth and last leg of the flight, we're going to go ahead and head our way out to beautiful Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. So let's go ahead and get the last leg of the flight going. This next leg is going to be at 11,000 on. I went ahead and refueled the plane, so we have plenty of fuel. Here we go, guys. Here's the rest of the city of Medellin. Imagine they used to land airlines here. For a jet. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures from the old airports. But back in the old days, in the 1960s and 70s, they used to operate bigger planes back in the day. They operate ATRs out of here. Of course, this is a very well-known airport. It would be ATRs. SKMD, they used to operate all sorts of other planes. Piper Cherokees is a very well-known GA airport. Bombardier-8s have operated here. Colonia's Air Force One even operated out of there. Jetstream 41s flown out of there. I remember some of the older aircraft, older pictures. Oldest. Oh yeah, 727s used to land here. Yep. We're going to be here for another 113 nautical miles. Yeah, they used to operate 727s out of this airport, which is kind of odd. They put 727s out of this airport. Twin Otters have operated out of this airport. They've operated out of here. And two shorts, Skyvans. They're DCPs. Used to be here. Yeah, a lot of airport. trying to see this. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Those planes that landed in the air. So yeah, let's go ahead and cover the last slides. That's going to be Colombia's culture and fun facts. So let's go over Colombia's culture for a bit. So we're about to hit the home stretch. Guys, thank you all so much for coming here today. I know this has been a longer stream than usual. However, I think this actually works out nicely. I think this actually works out very nicely. Like I said, it's good to fly this old Twin Otter again. Very nice, very nice. It actually flies quite nice. Let's go over the last slides for the stream. So Colombia's culture. Colombia, it lies in the crossroads of Latin America and the broader American continent. It has such been hit by a wide range of influences. Native American, Spanish, and other European, African, American, Caribbean, and Middle Eastern influences, as well as other Latin American cultural influences, are all present in modern culture. Urban migration, industrialization, globalization, and other factors have left an impression in Colombia's natural culture. And many national symbols have arisen from its diverse cultural traditions and aim to represent what Colombia have in common. And it's promoted through their Ministry of Culture, what promotes Colombia's rich heritage and culture. The first thing we're going to talk about Colombia has been its literature. Back to the pre-Columbian era. And one of its most known people were colonial writers like Juan de Castellanos, Fernando Dominguez Camargo, and his epic poem to San Ignacio de Loyola, Pedro Simon, and Juan Rodriguez Fraile. After Colombian independence, was linked to Romanticism with writers such as Antonio Nariño, Jose Fernandez Madrid, Emilio Torres Tenorio, and Francisco Antonio Zea. And then the second half was known as Costumbrismo, which is everyday life, with writers like Thomas Carrasquilla, Jorge Isaacs, and Rafael Pombo. It helped develop it. There's also, between 1939 and 1940, there were 7 books of poetry that were published under the names Stone Sky and Bogota that significantly influenced the country, and they were edited by poet Jorge Rojas. Then, of course, you have the Latin American boom, led by noble literate Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and his magnum opus, 100 Years of Solitude, as well as other writers like Eduardo Cabrera Calderon, Manuel Mejia Vallejo, and Alvaro Mutis, were other well-known Colombian authors during the time of Latin American. And of course, we gotta talk about its music. Colombia has a rich music heritage that spans multiple rhythms, and there's also lots of musicians and composers from Colombia that are recognized internationally, include Shakira, uh, Juanes, Carl Vivas, and others. Colombian music blends European influenced guitar and song structure with large galia flutes and percussion instruments from the indigenous population. While its percussion structure and dance forms come from Africa, Colombia has a diverse and dynamic musical environment. There's also orchestra music there too, with different exponents of different music, as well as have an influence from Caribbean music in the northern parts of the Caribbean coast of Colombia. Then there's the Pacific coast, which uses a lot of drum, different kinds of drums and rhythm. And as a result, in fact, it's so influential that UNESCO put it as one of its intangible cultural heritages. And more. In fact, there's even a picture showing the different regions of its traditional music. So, for example, if you look at the Caribbean coast, northern part up here, you see Oriental Caribbean music, Occidental Caribbean music, you got the island music, Pacifico Norte music, Indio music, Amazonian type music. All sorts of different musical genres. Like, Colombia is very diverse in its musical heritage. So very, very special. But after that, though, then we have to look at Colombia's cuisine. It's very diverse. Similar to that of Ecuador, it has an extremely diverse cuisine. Well, for example, it's a unique blend of indigenous, European traditions, Afro-Caribbean, as well as indigenous groups like Pyra and Musica. One of the other really unique things about Colombia's cuisine is they have a wide variety of common ingredients like cereals, tubers like potato cassava, legumes, meats, seafood, as well as a variety of tropical fruits like the Cape gooseberry, dragon fruit, papaya, guava, and passion. In fact, they're one of the world's most consumers of fruit juices. In terms of appetizers and soups, you have the patacones, fried green plantains, sancocho de gallina chicken soup, vegetables, and ajiaco, potato corn soup. Snacks include the pan de bono, arepas, corn cakes, aborrajados, fried sweet plantains with cheese, and empanadas. Their main courses include bandeja paisa, tamales, and many fish dishes in the coastal regions. And of course, all sorts of different desserts like guava jelly, coconut balls, and more. So definitely pretty important. It's very diverse cuisine, and it really makes Ecuador quite special in that field too. And then in terms of sports, is Colombia, and by far the most popular sport is football. The national sport is Tejo, which basically is a team sport involving launching targets to a projectile. Baseball is also popular here too, producing players like Orlando Cabrera, Edgar Renteria, and many others. And baseball is popular in states like Cartagena and Barranquilla, part of the Caribbean. But of course, Colombia is well known for their football team. In fact, currently they're ranked 12th in the world. As of June 20, 2024, they're 12th in the world. So they're among the top 15 in the world. Their best result was in the 2014 World Cup when they went to the quarterfinals in Brazil. They did win the Copa America in 2001, which was their most notable achievement. Their highest rank ever previously was 3rd in the world, and that went on 3 separate occasions. So they've been a pretty solid team and a national team. So pretty big stuff. So that basically just wraps up Colombia's culture. So let's go ahead and talk about some of Colombia's rich fun facts. Of course, I talked about this earlier, but Colombia is the #1 exporter of emeralds in the world. 70 to 90% of the world's emeralds come from Colombia, and is esteemed due to its deep bright green hue in the gemstone. Colombia also has a naturally occurring rainbow river known as Cano Cristales. Due to the aquatic plants and algae created the red, blue, orange, yellow, and green flowing stream. And they have actually 3 different kinds of exotic fruit, including the araza, the Amazonian sour fruit, the camabolo, the star fruit, sugar apple, the cherimoya, a passion fruit variety of passion fruit, Aruba, the granadilla, the tasty orange fruit similar to passion fruit. Then you have the guama, the ice cream bean known as the guama. And then finally the guanabana, which is slimy white pulp that's best eaten in a smoothie. Hey, good to see you, Scoop. It's been a while since I last saw you, my dude. Good to see you, Scoop. We're about to fly our way over to our final stop at Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. So we're very close to our final stop. We start all the way back in Quito, believe it or not. Started at Quito, we went to Cali first. Then we went to Bogota, the capital and largest city in the country. Then we visited Medellin and landed at Olea Herrera Airport. And then we're heading to Sierra Kilo Lima Charlie. And I picked that because, well, we're not far from Darien National Park, the Darien Gap. No, because, well, basically the end of the Pan American Highway. They couldn't really build anything because of Darien National Park. Oh my god. What happened to your PC, Scoop? Did your PC break or something? That's not good. Not good at all. That can't be good, my dude. Yeah, I'll even try to save for a new one. Oh yeah, I can understand. Like PCs are not cheap, like especially for gaming ones. They are not. So yeah, we're doing our around the world trip in Colombia right now. We're heading to our, this is day 39 of our trip. We started this back in my home airport at Kilo Juliet Victor Yankee. We went all the way down first to Palm Beach and toward Bahamas. So we went in and toured the Bahamas. Then afterwards we visited Cuba, the Cayman Islands, no, not the Cayman, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, Dominica, St. Lucia, Barbados, St. Vincent, Grenada, Trinidad Tobago, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and now our last South American country of the journey. Now I'm going to be visiting in Colombia. So we've been doing pretty well for the 40 days we already visited. The only countries we still have yet to finish is Mexico. It's going to be the Central American countries of Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, and Mexico. Then we're going to have to go back to the western United States, make our way up to British Columbia, and I guess I could fly straight to Japan, but I'd rather actually go to Fairbanks and fly our way to Japan from Fairbanks. Because I want to go down to Japan, to Korea, both Koreas, then to China, then into China. Or in fact, I'm actually going to fly to Mongolia, funnily enough, and fly to Mongolia. Do entire thing about Mongolia. But that way, I think I have a plan for each of these streams. We're going to visit lots of famous landmarks and destinations. Yeah, I think I got a pretty good plan of what we're going to be doing on this world trip, and I know that's going to continue for an entire rest of the year. And I also think for the next couple streams, I think we're definitely going to see more airliner stuff too, because, well, we're going to have some longer flights, I think. Plus, I do want to speed up this journey quite a bit. Here's Mongo. Going quickly. Like I said, the Twin Otter is kind of made for this sort of stuff. We're just, I mean, now we're in another national park. I get it. The satellite data here is not very good. I'm hoping that it gets better. Yep. So that's going to be pretty much the near the end of the stream. I mean, nearly 4 hours of flying time. Longer than I usually would do in these streams, but it just made sense. Here we are, guys. We're going to go ahead and descend down to... There we go. Make it descend down to 2,000. Here we go. We're going down. So we have one final stop, and this is SEQM-SKCL-Charlotte. This here is Antonio Roldan Betancourt Airport. That's the main one. And this airport serves the town of Apartado Airport, small town, named after Antonio Roldan Betancourt, the governor of the area until his assassination in 1989. It handled 210,000 passengers in 2015. Destinations include Medellin, Olajuela, and Bogota, which is just domestic flights. That's it. That's going to be the last thing about Colombia. So here we are, guys. Let's do one final lane prediction of this game. And this has been a long stream. I mean, this is the longest of our around the world. Okay. Yeah, we're doing quite well. We're descending pretty quick. Yeah. Here we go. So, here we are, guys. We finally reached the end of our trip in Colombia. There's still a lot of cities we could have visited, like Cartagena and Barranquilla, but I decided, you know what, I want to pick up the pace a little bit, and I decided, you know what, we can, and plus we can always visit these areas. We can always visit these areas for Firefly Air. It's more important to get the bigger cities out of the way first. Hey, no worries, Text Fly Boy. Thank you so much for coming on, Text Fly Boy. Thank you so much for coming by. See you soon, my dude. So we're gonna go ahead and I think we're very close to our final stop. and we'll finally get the last lane here in Columbia. So I can't believe we're already done with Columbia. One stream. That's very nice. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys want to know, we'll be back with the World Tour on Friday. We'll be touring all of Panama on Friday. We'll be exploring this territory all across. We'll go through the Darien Gap, then make our way through Panama City, Panama. We'll even fly through all of the Panama Canal, and we'll learn about that on our stream too. In Copa America Airlines, and then make our way over to David. This is going to be another really nice stream. Cannot wait for go off and descend. nice landing. Oh. Well, guys, that officially has wrapped up today's stream, guys. Thank you all so much for today's stream, guys. That was a lot of fun. A massive thank you for everyone here for joining along with today's flight. Beautiful time in Colombia. Very nice natural scenery. Even though the Saturday wasn't the greatest, it was definitely very, very. So we will be returning back on Wednesday. In Sydney, Australia, we're going to fly from Sydney to Brisbane on our new shuttle run. So thank you all so much. So we're going to go ahead and set up the raid, and we're going to actually raid an old friend of mine, Splasher6. So guys, thank you all so much for coming here today. Take care, everyone, and have a fantastic rest of your weekend. See you soon, everyone.